Well, a very good morning from the Utilita Bowl, and we are a few minutes away from getting underway. Day 4 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Somerset. It is a little gloomy, the lights are on. Hopefully we'll get a reasonable passage of play. We'll have to wait and see. They might be on and off for a while. The state of play is that Somerset in their second innings are 103 for 1. They trail Hampshire by 49 runs in the game. Having had a plethora of commentators over the last 3 days, there is just down to 2 today. It's myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Somerset and Bristol, it's Anthony Gibson. Anthony, good morning.
Good morning, Kev, and rather a gloomy morning, although I think it's brightened up just a bit in the last half an hour. Also, the floodlights are on. Remains to be seen whether Hampshire will be allowed to bowl their pace bowlers by the umpires. I suspect they might be. I think the light is, as I say, just a little bit better. There are not many people here. I just counted them up, and they're about got to 63. I think there are probably a few more than that, but there aren't very many, just scattered slightly forlornly all around this enormous arena. But crucial first hour, I think. If Hampshire can pick up a couple of early wickets and Somerset are still in deficit, then Hampshire will fancy their chances. If Somerset can get through the first hour without too much damage, then I think they ought to fancy their chances of seeing this through to the draw on a pitch that's not offering anything really for the spinners and only occasional help for the seam bowlers.
Yeah, I think it was felt that the heavy roller before the Somerset second innings has kind of deadened things down a little bit, not taking anything away from how well Sean Dixon in particular played. He starts this morning 55 not out, but it did seem to just sort of take a bit of pace and life out of the pitch. We did lose something like 30 overs after tea last night, so yeah, a lot of time has been lost in the game. Only bowled just over 27 overs on day 1. We lost a little bit on day 2 as well, so yeah, I think Hampshire, having been in a really good position at the end of day 2, Somerset have fought back well. And with not a great forecast today, it has to be said. I think it's going to be pretty gloomy for most of the day. We might get the odd shower as well, and maybe the odd sunny spell. So I think we could be on-off several times. We'll have to wait and see. But if there's enough time left in this game to force a result, I don't know. I think Somerset batted too well yesterday afternoon for there to be any realistic chance now.
Well, you never know with Somerset. They did bat well, although Sean Dixon, who I spoke to at close of play, was very disparaging about his own efforts. He said he'd been scratching around for 55. I thought he batted a bit better than that. A couple of loose shots, but for the most part he batted very sensibly. And ditto Tom Lammonby.
Yeah. Lammonby's 22 not out. Now, can I just say in advance, we're all fine on the live picture feed, so if you're watching via the Hampshire Cricket website, or indeed the Somerset Cricket website, you can see the picture feed and you can hear us. Unfortunately, part of our broadcast, which is BBC Online, is not working. So you may hear from time to time some ringtones over the commentary. I'll say it now. Apologies, because we're trying to figure it out, or hopefully somebody will figure it out for us. So apologies in advance. You will hear some ringtones over the commentary. Hopefully it doesn't spoil your enjoyment. Here's Kyle Abbott to start day 4 off. He's around the wicket to the left-hander Lammonby, and that's a length ball. Lammonby pushes that up to mid-on, and we are underway.
So that's answered one question, which is, you know, will the umpires allow Hampshire to bowl their pace bowlers? Answer is yes.
And is it much different last night when they wanted to bring the pace bowlers on last night to the naked eye?
I think it's a little bit brighter. As I was just saying, I think it's just brightened up in the last half an hour or so.
Yeah, that's fair enough. We've got cricket, which is the main thing. Two slips and a very fine gully as Abbott comes in, and then he gets a slight leading edge, just turned around a fraction. It goes to Hampton. It's probably more fourth slip rather than a gully fielder. So Somerset are behind by 49. Yes, as Anthony says, quite an important session this morning. If Somerset can safely negotiate that, then I think we are certainly heading for a draw. If not, who knows?
Well, conditions, one would imagine, would be favourable to a bit of swing this morning. It's quite heavy, the atmosphere.
Yes. Here's Abbott. Lammonby's forward, nudges that into the gap at square leg, and he is off the mark this morning. He moves on to 23, and I'm looking towards the New Forest away to my right. It does look a little gloomy over there. It may even be some showers over that way, actually, so that's not great. And to my left, down towards the Portsmouth way, where you've been staying, Fareham.
Fareham, yeah.
Equally as gloomy as is above, so no respite from this for a little while. As the field changes slightly for Sean Dixon. Played very well yesterday, didn't he, really? I think there was one iffy moment where he had a swipe at Dawson.
Yeah.
And how that missed leg stump, I don't know. But apart from that, it's been a very well-compiled 55. And I know he's been struggling a little bit at the top of the order, but that will have settled him down, I'm sure. Here's Abbott. Dixon leaves that one alone. Just a shade nipping back.
Yeah, I said to him, you've had a tough start to the season, so you must be really pleased to have got Somerset off to a good start. He said, I didn't have a bad start to the season. He said, I got a century in my first innings, which was true, but it was a friendly against Gloucestershire, but obviously touched a bit of a nerve there.
Yes.
He did it. Indeed, he did get a century in the practice match against Gloucestershire, but Division 1 of the County Championship, a rather different matter.
Here's Abbott. Oh, Dixon's wrapped on the pad. That looks close. Not out. He got forward. May just have saved him. Did he get outside the line? That definitely nipped back. Here it goes. Here's the replay. Trademark Abbott delivery. Oh, my word.
Oh, my word.
Oh, my word.
Mike Burns must be in a generous mood this morning.
Wow. I don't think he was outside the line.
No.
Well, I think we've seen those given.
Benefit of the doubt, Kev.
Yeah,
Benefit of the
well,
doubt.
that's obviously what's happened there. And there's been some close calls on both sides in this game. As forward is Dixon. It goes out on the onside end of the over. I think on the whole, I think the umpires have been pretty good, actually. I mean, there has been some close calls, hasn't there?
I think they've been excellent.
So it's not like one side's been favoured and one hasn't. Here we are, we're just watching the replay again. I'll make up your own minds here. Oh, my word.
What strikes me from that is the difference between batting and bowling and success and failure in both. If Sean Dixon goes on to make 100, everybody will say what a magnificent innings, and he's back to form and all the rest of it. And it just hung on that split second and that umpire's decision. Whereas Kyle Abbott, all right, he didn't get the decision, but he's running in next ball and you get him out again. You know, as you know from long experience as a batsman, you only get the one chance.
Oh, yeah. And sometimes it does depend on who's umpiring at the other end. You know, some umpires tend to give close calls more than others. So you know what you're getting. And as I've said many times, you try and make sure that as an umpire you're consistent.
Here's Brad Wheel from the hotel end into bowl to Tom Lammonby.
Right, I'm going to try the ring tone again. So apologies, everybody.
I'm afraid that my sports editor can't help because he's driving to Luton at the moment. So. Two slips and a fourth slip, sort of an advanced fourth slip, which suggests that there isn't much bounce in this pitch, which is something we knew already, as Brad Wheel is in and bowls to Lammonby, who plays that with the bat angled down. There's no run as it goes out into the covers. I've got a list here somewhere of the frequency with which the various umpires, here we are, current umpires, LBW decisions per match.
Oh, what a timely list.
This is from Steve Pittard of the Rose and Crown, better known as Eli's at Hewish Episcopi. We'll wait though, first of all, for this delivery from Brad Wheel around the wicket to the left-handed Lammonby. Mike Burns right in the middle of the pack, giving an average of 6.1 LBWs per match. David Milnes slightly more likely to give LBWs. He's at 6.7 and he's 6th in the list. So he's more of an outer than Mike Burns.
Well, Millsy being a former bowler.
Absolutely, it does bear that out. And Lammonby gets right forward to defend this, that bowlers who become umpires are more likely to give LBW decisions than batsmen who become umpires.
Who's the umpire most likely to give an LB then, on the top of your list?
Just put it away, hang on. We will come back to that just as soon as I can find it. Treadwell, James Treadwell.
Oh, the former Kent spinner.
But he's only done one game in which he gave 8. Here's Brad Wheel. This is played into the covers, and a very, very good stop by Nick Gubbins at extra cover. Of the ones who have done a lot of games, Ben Debenham, 6.9 LBWs per match. And he, of course, he didn't play first-class cricket, and I don't know whether he was more of a batsman or a bowler.
Who's that again?
Ben Debenham.
No, I don't know.
He's done 84 games. This is outside the off stump. No shot from Lammonby. Good over from Brad Wheel. It was a maiden. He has figures of 8 overs, 3 maidens, none for 19.
I'm just wondering why it's only... Well, I'm saying I'm wondering. It's probably answered the question, but the fact that James Treadwell's only done one game, given out 8 LB, they probably thought we can't have any more 2-day games going on tour. Right, so I'm getting some emails in, and quite understandably, Stephen Hubbard being one of them, solentcricket@gmail.com, to say that they're not hearing our commentary on the BBC Sport website, and that, yes, right, you won't be, because there's a problem with our line for some reason. So apologies again. You will hear ringtones from time to time as we try and work out as and when we can get on BBC Online. But we're on the live picture feed via the Hampshire Cricket website and the Somerset Cricket website. So if you're in a position just to watch the picture feed solely, then we're still giving you hopefully some decent coverage. As Abbott comes in, Dixon's forward, thickish outside edge. It rolls along the ground down to Gubbins at backward of point. Stephen Hubbard has also emailed. He says, this is mainly for Anthony. I was delighted by the turnaround yesterday. I hope that our batters can see our play today. Sadly, the win predictor on the Somerset Cricket website is probably accurate. It says 0% chance of winning. Wow.
I think that's just about spot on.
Wow. Now, you would think, wouldn't you, your own website might actually try and be a little bit more positive there, even if it's 0.5. Here's Abbott. There's a drive on the up by Sean Dixon through mid-off. It's not particularly well timed, but it brings him 2. And Dixon moves on to
Sean Dixon did try to construct a scenario in which Somerset scored 250 by lunch or by the middle of the afternoon, and then bowled Hampshire out in a session and a half, but it seemed a little bit implausible. and in the end, he settled for, realistically, the best we can hope for is a draw.
Well, and the position of at the end of day 2, Somerset, I think, will be the happier of the two sides. Here's Abbott, short. Dixon ducks underneath that one. This is an interesting email that came in just before the start of play from Ross Knuckles, solentcricket@gmail.com. Now, I think it was yesterday, or it might have been the day before, where the topic came up about how around the world different home commentators describe different scenarios with their own sort of local phrases. And Ross says, loving the commentary, your previous correspondent, this was, I say it might have been yesterday, raised the point of commentators in India. Come back to that as Abbott runs towards us and bowls. Dixon's forward to a length ball, towards short mid-off. Your previous correspondent raised the point of commentators in India using different phrases, e.g. not for runs. I was reminded of an Aussie commentator who used the expression, or I won't say it in an Aussie accent because I can't, or that's fruit on the sideboard, to compliment a particularly fine shot a couple of seasons ago. I've never heard anyone on the BBC say fruit on the sideboard. Well, you've answered your question there. I wondered if any of the team have any favourite or unusual phrases in use to describe cricket. As Abbott comes in, Dixon leaves alone outside the off stump. Ross is listening in Norwich, in Norfolk, I think we knew that, hoping Somerset can save or better in this fascinating game. Yeah, phrases. Do you?
Yeah, the one I was Somerset website took the mickey out of me for a few years ago when I said, instead of a delivery from Lewis Gregory, "What a trimmer!"
What, meaning it didn't bounce?
No, a trimmer is a sort of it means what a jolly good ball.
Ah, Dixon forward to a good length, and that's the end of the over. 106 for 1. Somerset have added 3 this morning.
I think it must be a sort of an old-fashioned expression which has stayed with me as I'm not in the first flush of youth. A trimmer.
Brilliant, I love that. I know I got pulled up, I think it was yesterday, when I turned around like a can of peas or something, when I meant, obviously, opened up like a can of peas. But I don't, I mean, to be honest, my vocabulary is quite limited anyway, so I've never come out with anything very flowery.
You've got a very good cricket vocabulary, though.
Well, that's very kind of
the
you.
cricket vocabulary has changed, hasn't it? They talk about poles now.
Yes.
And dotting up and bowling dry, all this sort of stuff. Here's Brad Wheel in bowls to Lammonby, who turns it into the onside. There'll be a single there as Kyle Abbott goes to his left at mid-on. Lammonby on to 24. Dixon on 57. 107 for 1, so the deficit is 45. And the first task for these Somerset batsmen is to erase that deficit. And really all they need to do, Somerset today, is just bat and bat and bat. Here comes Wheel again. Oh, and a big swing from Sean Dixon. Just still trying to sort out this.
I'll try that one. Is that a different number than I've been given? Oh, no.
Trying to sort out this issue of connecting with the BBC. And there's not much point in me. Well, I can apologise to those of you who would rather be listening on the radio but are watching on the live stream that we can't connect.
That's the phone number, which I'm calling.
Oh, this is the number. That's through to Ben Brown. No shot from Sean Dixon.
Apologies. I'm afraid this will happen every few minutes until we can actually properly connect on the BBC website.
Well, it's Easter Monday, isn't it?
There's nobody around. Unfortunately, the licence fee isn't high enough to pay somebody to come in on Easter Monday.
There's Brad Wheel coming over the wicket to the right-handed Dixon. He's there and bowls, and Dixon lifts his bat out of harm's way. It goes through quite low to Ben Brown, who takes it on the first bounce. Not much happening. There was that big appeal. Very close call. Kyle Abbott jacking one back into Sean Dixon's pads. Maybe it was just doing a little bit too much. And Mike Burns giving it not out. Anxious moment. Tom Abel will be next in for Somerset as Wheel is in and bowls. Good ball. Solidly played by Sean Dixon. Yesterday evening was only the second time I've interviewed Sean Dixon at the end of the day's red ball cricket, which I'm afraid says quite a lot about his form for Somerset since he joined them at the start of the 2023 season. The previous occasion was at Chelmsford, when he batted really well, carried his bat through the innings for 87 not out, with Simon Harmer and Sam Cook wreaking all sorts of havoc with the other Somerset batsmen. Oh, and this one, I think he just took his bat out of the way of that. It was wide outside the off stump and leaving him quite sharply. But let's watch the... Well, hard to say whether he was trying to leave that or trying to play a shot at it, but he gets away with it. It's the end of the over, 107 for 1, and just the one run from that Brad Wheel over. He has 0 for 20 in 9 accurate overs.
Yeah. Bounced and left him, that one, didn't it? There is a bit there this morning, as you'd expect, in this gloom. Full cloud cover. You feel that rain's not too far away. I'm just looking again away to the west, the New Forest area. If anything, it looks like it's filled in a bit there. I can just about see some treetops in the distance.
Forecast was only occasional showers.
Yeah, that's right. Here's Abbott round the wicket to Lemon B. Nearly edged that one through to Ben Brown, diving low to his left. That's pitched and just straightened.
Yeah.
So there is a bit there for the bowlers to work with. Stephen Clark, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, good morning, Kevin Anthony. Can you prove that you are there by shining your phone lights, please? Of course. We are here because you can hear us. We can't see you in this light, he says. Yeah, it's not great, but it's good enough. Right, here's Abbott again. Into his 12th over here. Lemmerby's edge, first slip caught. Regulation catch there for Tom Prest. Took that about stomach height. It bounced, it left Lemmerby. He just left the bat there a little bit.
Yeah, he did.
And he's gone for 24. First wicket of the morning, 107.
Just caught in two minds, I think, as to whether to take the bat away. And, well, he just fished at that, really, did Tom Lemmerby. Drawn to it like a moth to a flame.
There's a good saying.
But, yeah, yet again, Tom Lemmerby has flattered to deceive. Going for 24, but that's the breakthrough that Hampshire would have been looking for, as he looked in good touch, did Tom Lemmerby.
Did.
And well, they've made the breakthrough. Lemmerby didn't get many actually in the innings against Worcester, and he got 8. At Sussex, he made 24 and 33. 33 I think in the first innings here and 24 in the second. So the last 4 innings he's got starts and not gone on, which is disappointing. Here comes Captain Tom, as was Tom Abel, captain for 7 seasons for Somerset from 2016 through to 23. And Somerset need a solid contribution from their former captain.
Certainly do. Yeah, I spoke to him myself during the winter out in Guyana in the Global Super League when we was playing for Lahore Islanders. Did an interview with him at the end of the day, sent it back to BBC Bristol. I don't know if they used it, I think they did.
I expect so.
Yeah, but, yeah, nice, enjoyed it. Dominic Smith has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, fruit for the sideboard actually means bad bowling rather than a good shot. The bowling was a gift, says Dom. Yeah, I was just reading from the previous email. I can't remember who it was, so I was just reading that phrase rather than and those meanings rather than anything from me, because I've never heard it before. So Abbott has 3 slips in there. Good catch, Tom Prest. That was still on the up, wasn't it? On the rise. It went quickly. He's got a short leg in as well. As forward is Abel.
As we've been saying, Tom Abel is Kyle Abbott's bunny. He's got him out 8 times.
Stephen Hubbard has again emailed in to say he can hear everything via us. Yes, that's right. We have a problem for some reason. He says he's out walking, admiring the hordes of bluebells in the Chilterns, but still wants to listen to us. We're trying. Here's Abbott. In again. Bowls. Abel's forward. Works that up to mid-on. Ball's slightly in the air for a moment or two. He's got 1 or 2. Excited. Rodney Ward, solentcricket@gmail.com, says good morning all. Happy Easter to you all from a sunny Penzance. Retrimmer. I thought it meant a good ball that just trimmed the bails.
Yeah, it probably does.
Hope the Tom Abel that can see off his nemesis, which I presume he means Kyle Abbott. Wicket maiden so far. 2 balls left in it for Abbott, who's bowls the penultimate ball. Oh my word. That squeezes out to point. Just got stuck on the crease there a little bit, Tom Abel. Off a thick outside edge, outer half of the bat.
Batting looking distinctly precarious at the moment.
Yeah, which is understandable in these gloomy conditions. Tough. Somerset have added just the 4 runs in 20 minutes this morning. Hampshire were hoping, if there was a bit more cricket last night, to have about Somerset 4 down. That was the plan. But we lost a lot of overs last night. That's turned away just past short leg by Abel. He's off the mark. He'll face the bowling at the start of the next over, and Somerset move on to 108 for 2 in their second innings. They trail by 44.
Yes, he'll feel a bit better for that, Tom Abel. And applause for the Sean of Kyle Abbott over. The wicket of Tom Lammonby caught at first slip, rather hanging his bat out and a ball leaving him outside the off stump. Brad Wheel to bowl another over. Somerset still got plenty of batting to come, obviously. Tom Banton in next, who's had a run of low scores since that monumental 371 against Worcestershire. And then James Rue at 6, Casey Aldridge, Craig Overton, Miguel Pretorius. Brad Wheel in bowls outside the off stump, and Abel lets it go through to Ben Brown. It's a bit gloomy here, seeing what's going on elsewhere. After this delivery from Brad Wheel, light just improving momentarily, which won't lift Somerset spirits. I think they'd be quite happy if it closes in. Wheel in and bowls, and full length delivery, which is played solidly by Tom Abel. They're playing up at Chester Street, Yorkshire, 155 for 4 against Durham. They're now 35 ahead with 6 wickets remaining. That could be a good finish. Worcestershire are on their way to defeat against Essex. They're now 191 for 7 in their second innings. Still 104 runs behind. As Wheel is in, miles outside. That's a wide. That is a wide. You don't actually see very many wides in red ball cricket, but that is certainly a wide signalled by David Milnes. Almost a no ball. Surrey grinding on, 410 for 4. Now just 25 runs behind Sussex's first innings of 435. That's at Hove, and that's looking like a draw. And start delayed at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are 163 for 6 against Notts. Down the leg side, turned in the air through square leg, but not that far away from Liam Dawson. But it brings Tom Abel 4 runs, 113 for 2, Abel on to 5. So Notts would be favourite at Edgbaston, one would imagine, with Warwickshire still a long way behind, 111 runs behind, with only 4 wickets standing. Brad Wheel turns, 3 slips as he's into Abel outside the off stump. Abel might have been tempted to have a drive at that. It's pitched up. We're still trying to sort out the issue with the BBC. Without so far any success. Wheel, as the light just lifts a bit. He's in, bowls to Abel again. It's way outside the off stump. He's just not got his line right in this over, as Brad Wheel started the season very well with 4 for 56 in the second innings against Yorkshire, and 4 for 65 in the first innings against Surrey, and 4 wickets in the first innings here as well. So He's making an important contribution as the successor, I suppose, to Mohammed Abbas. He's in bowls, and that's a much better ball, arrowing in on Tom Abel's off stump. Abel plays it safely enough into the covers without scoring a run. 113 for 2, with Abel on 5, and Sean Dixon, who hasn't had much of a strike since the start of the day's play. Just 14 deliveries he has faced in the 6 overs that have been bowled so far. He has 57. Kyle Abbott is going to bowl another over from the pavilion end. A small but select crowd here at the Utilita Bowl. I think maybe a few people down the seats below us. We're in the camera gantry in the Hilton Hotel. This is driven by Dixon, but not for a run, not timed again, as it goes to Liam Dawson at mid-off. Important for Somerset. Sean Dixon picks up where he left off yesterday evening. He looked pretty solid, apart from 1 or 2 moments where he just seemed to lose concentration. But he needs to anchor this innings for Somerset. Abbott in bowls to him, and he's playing that from the crease again, firmly, not for a run. To Liam Dawson. See over on the nursery pitch, the Hampshire women practicing. Got their first game on Wednesday against who are they playing?
Warwickshire at Edgbaston.
Right.
Yeah. And Somerset in action for
against Surrey at Beckenham. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the Hampshire women, Somerset women game on Saturday didn't take place, did it? Down at
No,
Thompson.
it rained all day. Rained all day. Here's Abbott in and bowls to Dixon short, and Dixon has no trouble at all ducking out of the way of that. Who are the favourites amongst the Tier 1 counties in women's cricket?
Surrey.
Surrey?
Yeah, I think they're the strongest. Danny White-Hodge has gone from the Vipers to Surrey, strengthened them a little bit more. Charlie Dean, of course, from here has gone to Somerset.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think most people I talk to are sort of saying yes, probably Surrey. Yeah, there's live commentary on Wednesday, by the way, from Edgbaston on the BBC Sport website and app.
Here's Abbott in bowls outside the off stump, and Dixon has nothing whatever to do with it. Lifts his bat out of the way, because they're all sort of relatively unknown quantities, these new teams, aren't they?
A little bit, yeah. It's obviously morphed from the regional competition. So Somerset women, of course, I guess they're predominantly Western Storm.
Yeah.
So that'll be interesting. A few of the others might have gone to Gloucestershire, but yeah. Also on the BBC, as well as the BBC Sport website and app on Wednesday, of course, it'll be on the live picture feed.
Abbott in bowls takes Dixon on the pad. Dixon makes a motion as if that was going down. Might have been a bit of inside edge. You're going to hear some more dialing tones, I suspect. Yeah. For those of you on the live stream, apologies for that. But we need to persevere.
I have no choice. It's just that nobody being around on an Easter Monday is not helping me.
It's Kyle Abbott in from the pavilion end to Dixon. Good ball, well played. End of the over, maiden over. Good challenging over. 13 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 27. He's going just at fractionally over 2 runs and over is Kyle Abbott. And well, I did say at the start that the first hour could be crucial in determining the outcome of this game. So far, Hampshire very much on top. Good, accurate bowling. They've picked up the wicket of Tom Lammonby and making life very difficult indeed for Messrs Dixon and Abel.
Yeah, just 10 runs added in half an hour. Brad Will to continue from our commentary, and Joe, who's on the ground with her dad Bill. Suncricket@gmail.com has just emailed. Here's Brad Wheel, runs away from us, bowls to Abel leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Says, morning team, amusing ourselves out here in the massive crowd. Thinking fruit for the sideboard is the vegetarian version of buffet bowling. Could very well be.
Yeah.
I'd never heard of that phrase until
No,
yesterday.
I suppose it's the Australian equivalent of a pie.
Yes, that's right, yes. Oh, yes. Wheel turns. And comes in past the umpire and bowls on the line of Midland leg. That's worked to mid-on by Abel. Ross Knuckles is back on the email, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, thanks for the clarification of fruit on the sideboard. In the instance I heard it, the shot went for 6, but fruit on the sideboard, disparaging the bowling rather than complimenting the batting, makes more sense. Yeah. Three slips for Brad Wheel, a wicketless so far. Just Fuller and Abbott with the wickets. Bowls, length ball, that's turned to point by Abel. As the bat face opened with the ball on impact. He remains on 5. So yes, not too many around in the crowd. I wouldn't expect too many.
Typically optimistic Somerset supporter, Dave from Cork, saying Somerset all out before tea and Hampshire to win in the final over.
Well, you never know. We might yet be ruining wet weather if it comes later on. We've still got a minimum of 88 overs and a bit in this game, which is an awful lot. Forward is Abel. Again, it's not quite out of the middle of the bat.
Slightly crooked bat, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a bit, just a bit turned around there, Tom Abel. Email here from Will Hewlett, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, hi to you both. My name is Will, and I'm currently writing my university final major project. I'm a sports journalism student at Solent University and a lifelong cricket fan. I'm keeping one ear and eye on the stream whilst grinding out my 10,000 words. More on that in a moment. There's Wheel again runs away from us and bowls, and length ball. That's a little bit more solid from Abel. He pushes out to the covers, thinking about a single, but there wasn't in the end. Will says, but I can't help to think that this game could be a reflection of the top 2 teams in Division 1 come the end of the season. Both sides consistently strong, with not many likely to pull on an England jersey this summer. With the likes of Surrey struggling-ish already, with near half of their team likely to be pulled for England, there seems to be no better time to try and win the county championship. How do you fancy their chances of the respective sides? Well, I think Hampshire actually just starting that off. So that's turned away into the gap on the leg side. Single for Abel. Will they take 2? Yes, they will, as Kyle Abbott runs around and backwards from mid-on.
I think both of these sides are a bit light on the bowling side. I think the Hampshire attack without Mo Abbas and Keith Barker is not what it was. I mean, Brad Wheel is okay. I haven't been hugely impressed by Brett Hampton thus far, and Somerset without Matt Henry, you know, aren't the side that they were, say, 2 years ago. And you know, the likes of Josh Davey getting on a bit, has had fitness problems, and Jake Ball can't get in the side at the moment. Alfie Ogborn is promising, but still very much in the promising category. And to win the county championship, you do need to win cricket matches, and to win cricket matches, you need to take 20 wickets. And I think that's certainly what Somerset's problem is going to be, and arguably Hampshire's as well.
Yeah, I must admit, I think the results so far have been a bit more encouraging than we thought. Is it me or you? I can't remember.
It's me, sorry. The Kyle Abbott to Sean Dixon.
I think having Sonny Baker in our side makes a big difference in terms of he's just that bit quicker than everybody else, which gives you a different dimension. And I think, I don't know whether it would have made a difference in this game, you never know, but I think he has made a difference in the games so far, in that when he comes on, things happen. It's John Turner to come into the side, if he can sort of regain a bit of confidence. I think he's a little bit short on that at the moment.
Kyle Abbott in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside for a single.
I think it's
Sean Dixon.
Yeah, I just think from a Hampshire bowling point of view, we've got so used to a sort of a medium quickish attack that's relentless, and it's served Hampshire well. Of course it is, of course it has, but it's a new look attack this year, not necessarily in this game, but it has been already, and I think that's quite exciting, and I think it's worked on the whole. I do feel that the youngsters, i.e. Prest, Albert, Middleton, have actually on the whole stepped up this year. Gubbins certainly has, and they need him to. So I think actually the results for the first 3 games, assuming this is a draw, are actually quite encouraging.
Abbott in and bowls. This is pulled by Abel all along the ground out to long leg where Bradwell fields. Another run is taken, 117 for 2, so the deficit now down to 35. I think today is actually, a very good test of Hampshire's credentials. If they can bowl Somerset out, then that would be a big scalp and a big indicator as to their status as championship contenders. If they can't, well, we will see. This is punched through the offside by Sean Dixon. Best shot he's played. It was a little bit short, a little bit wide from Kyle Abbott, and wasn't perfectly timed, but brings Sean Dixon his first boundary of the morning. Moves on to 62 out through extra cover, 121 for 2 now. Dixon on to, as I was saying, 62. But I do think the county championship is very open this season. I don't think Surrey are quite the force that they were, and your correspondent is absolutely right about the England call-ups. And so Abbott in and bowls, defensive shot from Dixon, and there's no run. I think Durham might be strong contenders. They have got a good bowling attack, and they got some more than useful. Young Ben McKinney.
Yeah.
Is very useful, and Alex Lees, who's got a big 100 in this game, didn't he? So I think it'll be very interesting, but I certainly don't think Surrey are the red hot favourites that a lot of people were making them out to be before the start of the season. Appeal for LBW, looked a bit high to me.
Yeah, a bit of a late call from Abbott on that one, which I think he sort of knew in the back of his mind. Just watching that again.
The replay. It was high.
Nick back, but
yeah, took the hit the pad above the knee roll.
I think the county championship needs a bit more of an exciting finish this year, wasn't it? It was, even though Hampshire finished second, it was always Surrey's, wasn't it? I know you guys were there.
Well, we were there when we beat them at the beginning of September at Taunton. That was the opportunity. But then Tom Banton hurt himself in the playing football halfway through that game, and we were without him for the game at Lancashire when we didn't play very well, and then got well beaten in the final game by Hampshire.
Yeah. Yes, I think we're due a close tournament. It would be nice to have one. Here's Bradwell, runs away from us, bowling to Tom Abel. Length ball bounces, left alone through to Ben Brown. Stephen Clark has emailed again, solandcricket@gmail.com. He's obviously trying to keep his thumb warm by emailing. He says, under the subject of cricket sayings, now that Cherry and I, Cherry's his wife, are past the 50-year mark, I chuckle every time that I hear the term new Cherry at about the 78th over. Just in case she's listening, I won't say yes please. I think we know what you're inferring there, Stephen, and we know you don't mean it. Wheel again into Abel, and straight at this time. Abel plays that with a perfectly straight bat back to the bowler. So 121 for 2. We are managing to avoid the gloom. Well, there is gloom, but if it gets any worse, we're managing to avoid going off. We seem to be avoiding any weather in terms of rain. If there is some, it is forecast the odd shower today. All of that is being avoided, even though it's very overcast out there with the lights on. As Wheel comes in again. Bowl short. Played away by Abel. Couple of bounces down to fine leg where Fletcher Middleton is fielding, and he's 122 for 2.
Playing in the air again, Tom Abel. Not sure about that. That's been Archie Vaughan's undoing. The last 3 innings he's been caught at long leg, hitting the ball in the air on the leg side.
Yes, it was Archie Vaughan's down.
It was a shame, yes, yeah, because he was batting really.
Yeah, he was, isn't he?
Really very nicely, looking the part.
He does, doesn't he? Only 19 years of age. That's outside the off stump. Bit of shape on that one as Ben Brown dives in front of first slip to take it. John has emailed here at sonancricket@gmail.com. He says, as a lifelong Somerset supporter, enjoying your live stream and commentary on the Greek island of Naxos. One phrase that always springs to mind when you see a bad delivery, such as a leg stump half volley or a short ball outside off, is cafeteria bowling. That's right. Help yourself, he says. Keep up the good work and the excellent commentary, and an absorbing final day looms.
Yeah, I think it is an absorbing final day. It's a very good test of Hampshire's bowling credentials and Somerset's batting.
It's turned away to square leg by Dixon, no run. Yeah.
Somerset's top order batting has the reputation of being somewhat fragile.
Yes, it's still an important session here, of which there are still an hour and 20 minutes to go until lunch. It's definitely in Hampshire's interest to keep playing today. Somerset won't mind, I guess, the odd interruption. Here's Wheel. Fuller, edge, short of third slip. Just short. Played with soft hands by Sean Dixon,
well
which got him out of trouble. Good delivery at the end of that over. Wheel has none for 28 from 12. Somerset 122 for 2. Just watching it again on the replay. Yeah, just short.
I've got a good word for you about the tendency of Somerset's top order to dissolve, which is they have a tendency to deliquescence. Deliquescence means turning into liquid.
I like that. You never fail to come up with something, Anthony. That is a great word, of which I've never heard that word muttered before. Good word.
Hopefully they won't be deliquescent today. They'll be very solid, which is the opposite, I suppose. Here's Kyle Abbott, though, to Tom Abel. And Tom Abel, again, that ball was in the air as it went through forward short leg, but it's fielded by the square leg umpire. By James Fuller. We haven't seen James Fuller with the ball yet this morning. It's been Kyle Abbott from the pavilion end and Brad Wheel from the hotel end have done all the bowling. We've had 10 overs. This is the 11th over of the morning. Just the 1 wicket, that of Tom Narrenby. Caught at first slip by Tom Prest for the bowling of Abbott for 24. Abbott in bowls to Abel. Ooh, almost gets an edge. Oh, goodness me. He pushed firmly at that, did Tom Abel. The ball, it wasn't there for the shot. It was a good length ball. And Abel, fortunately, was actually played quite well inside the line of that in the end. But his heart must be thumping inside his chest at the moment with his nemesis coming in from the pavilion end. Takes it on him on the pad, but again, I think that was going down the leg side. There was something fairly obviously wrong with the appeal because it rather died in the throats of the close fielders. Yeah.
Did nip back.
It did nip back.
When you're facing Kyle Abbott, these aren't the conditions that you want to be facing him in. He's relentless with line and length, makes you play 99% of the deliveries, 95, whatever percentage you want to put on, but yeah, difficult.
Here he comes again into Abel, who this time gets plenty of bat onto that. He seems to me, Kyle Abbott, to have a very good fitness record for a fast bowler. He doesn't seem to suffer from the sort of regular injuries that afflict so many quick bowlers these days. Would that be fair?
Yeah, very true. Yeah, I mean, 37 years of age now, and I think you're right. I can, off the top of my head, over the last 3 or 4 years, missed probably 1 or 2 at most because of that. Yeah, which is great.
Yeah, absolutely. The linchpin of the Hampshire attack. He's in bowls to Abel, who will pick up a single into the offside as Liam Dawson picks up. Abel on to 10, Somerset on to 123 for 2. The deficit down now to 29. Somerset need to bat at least until tea to make this game safe. Dixon standing bat raised as Abbott is in and bowls, and he turns it into the onside. Won't be a run as Fletcher Middleton doesn't field it. At 123 for 2 at the end of that over. 10 to Abel, 62 to Dixon. We have had 11 overs in the morning so far, in the course of which Somerset have added just 20 to their overnight. 103 for 1.
Just watch that delivery again to Tom Abel that went past the outside bat. That one nipped back on him. That's what makes it difficult. You're never quite sure. It's pitching in the same area. One's going on, maybe even straightening. Another one's nipping back. And you can see why Kyle Abbott has the record that he has. Career average of 21 with the ball, which is terrific. And for Hampshire, it's actually 19 over a consistently long period of time. 123 for 2. Got a nice email here from Paul Sherrington, which I'll read out during this over. Length ball from Wheel brings Abel forward. Paul writes, sonatcricket@gmail.com. He says, hi Kevin Anthony, Hampshire member here, listening and watching from Basingstoke today. Was there on Saturday. I've lived in Basingstoke for 20 years and have been following Hampshire for at least 15 of those, including occasional visits to the Bowl before becoming a member in 2021. In the late 70s and the early 80s, I went to Rydal School in North Wales. As Wheel comes in and bowls outside the off stump, and that's comfortably left alone. Went to Rydal School in North Wales, where the head groundsman was a chap by the name of Ray Pittman. Now, Ray also helped with the first 11 cricket team, which I captained and regularly stood as umpire. I will always remember the time I hit the batter on the foot with a Yorker, and Ray asking me later why I didn't appeal for LBW, because in his words, it was as plumb as they come. As long as the umpire doesn't appeal, of course, then you certainly know. I think we've had emails.
That does happen in village cricket
sometimes. It does, yeah. Which is hilarious. Here's Wheel again, bowls us down the leg side. Or taken Ben Brown. Anyway, Ray had a funny accent for that part of the world, and the story was that he came from Southampton. Had been a decent cricketer, and might even have had the odd game for Hampshire seconds. I remember my surprise when on Saturday I finally got around to having a look at the Hampshire Cricketers Board, which is upstairs in the pavilion. That's right, in the atrium.
We were looking at it last night.
That's right, we were. And discovered player number 331 RWC Pittman, listed immediately before a player number 332, a certain Peter Sainsbury. That's right, former left-arm spinner, or the late Peter Sainsbury. Oh, that's nipped away, but it's a little wide, but a good delivery nevertheless. Who both made their debuts in 1954. It turns out that Ray has a Wikipedia page and made 50 appearances for Hampshire between 54 and 59, including 24 appearances in 58. I had no idea, but it seems somehow appropriate that I should now be a Hampshire member. Great commentary as always. Keep it up, says Paul. Thank you. If Dave Allen's listening, he will certainly know a lot about it.
Peter Sainsbury was a great servant of Hampshire cricket, was he not?
Yeah, yes, great record, and later a
hundreds of wickets and thousands of wickets probably.
He did. Wheel bowls, all that's nipped away. I don't think Abel followed it, actually played it quite well, Abel, but again it's a good delivery there from Brad Wheel in these overcast conditions. Yeah, there was they always said that he wasn't a big turner of the ball, but just relentless, and he never bowled he used to, when he became second team coach. That's when I first started joining Hampshire. Well, that's when I first joined Hampshire, and he used to pride himself saying that he never bowled a no ball in his career, and it was a long career. And then I remember he played in this benefit game and he got called for a no ball.
Oh, no.
And he went berserk at the umpire. So don't bowl no balls. Here's Wheel. Oh, he's playing a miss in. Is he edge? No. He looked like he was walking off there, Tom Abel. But that's a great over from Brad Wheel. A little unlucky. 13 overs, none for 28. It was a good over because you can tell below us the crowd applauding that one. And Somerset are 123 for 2, trailed by 29.
Yeah, those were the days when every county had at least one top quality spinner. And some, you know, like Gloucestershire with John Mortimer and David Allen had two. Somerset had Brian Langford, who used to take 100 wickets a season, season after season. And it's one of the big changes in county cricket, certainly in my lifetime.
Yes.
The product really of the covering of pitches, which is uncovered pitches, provided rich pickings for good spinners. Here's Abbott in and bowls to Dixon, who gets set off the bottom of the bat back to the bowler. Kevin's going to have another go at connecting with the BBC, so excuse the dialing tones.
There's something therapeutic about listening to this. Believe me, it's not ideal from our point of view, but I have to show that I'm keeping trying, but there's still nobody at Salford.
No.
We need to increase that licence fee next year, get somebody in on Easter Monday.
Here's Abbott again into Dixon, down the leg side. Good take by Ben Brown. Diving low to his left, 123 for 2. Last over from Brad Wheel was another maiden, a very good over to Tom Abel. Batting's not easy out there.
No.
These two need to show guts and determination and a lot of judgment as well, a lot of skill required. When to play and when to leave. Abbott bowls, takes him on the pad. Again, looked a bit high to me. Big shout. It's certainly some sharp inward movement from off to leg. Yeah, it hit him on the above the knee roll again, and would have missed the stumps, gone over the top of the stumps. We've still got 3 slips. Not much in the way of counter-attack from Somerset so far this morning, as Abbott is in and bowls. That must be very close. Oh my goodness me, I thought he was gone there. I thought he was gone there. That certainly wasn't too high. If anything, that didn't bounce nearly as much as he would have expected. Probably just going down. Probably just going down. I'm not sure Kevin James agrees with that. But
Well, I mean, again...
You can see why he didn't give it.
Yeah, again, he's being consistent, because there was a very, very close shout earlier on this morning, which was as close as that.
I think the first one was closer, actually.
Yeah. But, oh my word. I mean, we're talking fractions of millimetres, I reckon.
I think that would have been reviewed by Hampshire had we got the DRS. This time Dixon covers up, plays into the onside.
But it's consistent umpiring. You know, you might look at that later on and say, gosh, how has that not been given? But it's consistent.
Yep.
But I mean, I think you're fairly safe to say. I think as a batter now, you think, well, I'd have to be plumb here to be given out. I mean, seriously plumb. Wow. I'm surprised we haven't had one LBW this morning.
Right, last ball of this over. Abbott in and bowls, and there will be runs for Sean Dixon. 4 leg byes, in fact. And, well, they all count. 127 for 2, reducing the deficit to 25. Another really good over from Kyle Abbott, who has figures of 16 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 34, and could so easily have made it 2 for 34 in that last over.
It's testing the batters out there, but so far they're equal to it. Just Tom Lammonby, the 1 wicket that's fallen after 15 minutes of play. But I think on another morning, I think Hampshire will probably feel by now they might have picked up 2 or 3 wickets, but not so far. But I think the way things are, you kind of think, 2 or 3 wickets could fall in quite quick succession very easily. Mark Littlewood has emailed sonandcricket@gmail.com under the heading of Hants paying the price as we watch Brett Hampton getting ready to bowl his first over of the morning. Did Hampshire take the first innings too slowly, especially given the deteriorating weather? Question mark. Well, I think on the second afternoon, was it, when they were batting and they were setting up the third day, you could argue that perhaps they could have gone a little quicker. Here's Hampton. That's a cutaway. Well, that's short and wide outside the off stump, and immediately that's a boundary.
Yeah, I mean, they allowed Somerset to bowl at them. Somerset bowlers weren't put under any real pressure during that afternoon, and
now immediately there's a deep cover.
You see, I suppose, yeah. I mean, yeah, I can understand that. I think the deep cover is sensible because wickets at a premium, but Hampshire can't afford to leak runs either.
Here he comes in, right arm over and bowls outside the off stump, left alone. I think they did. A.D. Birrell told me last night, Hampshire's head coach, they did make an effort yesterday with the impending weather today to try and get a move on a little bit, but of course it did bring some wickets. And Hampshire added 142 yesterday for 7, and the lead was 152. They were looking for a bigger lead, but of course if you are trying to get on with it, you lose the odd wicket or 2, playing a little more positively. So yeah, they did try a bit yesterday. Here's Hampton again, length ball, worked too wide mid-on. Abbott will have a throw at the bowler's end. Oh, is it hit? Is it hit Abel?
Yeah, I think so.
Ricochet down to mid-off, but Abel has gone way past the stumps there, making sure that...
Well, I don't think he'd run anyway, because I think it hit his pads.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. He's a long way down. He'd have to run about 50 yards back.
Yeah. They were unenterprising, I thought, on what was it, Saturday afternoon, because batting conditions were absolutely ideal. It was bright sunshine, slightly dispirited Somerset bowling attack. But they didn't make the most of the situation, I think.
No. Here's Hampton again, runs away from us and bowls and edged. Oh, probably where fourth slip would be, but safe in the end. It's gone down to third and it's not cut off, and that will be 4 runs. Bit of extra bounce. Dixon went with it. It would have been a simple catch for fourth slip, but there was only 2 there.
A very good shot, was it?
Moves on to 66, 136 for 2. That deficit now is down to 16. Still gloomy, the lights are still on, but we're still playing. And that's good news.
It's a bowling day, though, isn't it?
It very much is. No, it's right. It's one of those where you would expect as a bowler to pick up an odd wicket or 2. As a batter, you get 20 or 30 or so, then you'd say, oh, I'll take that. Hampton in again, bowls. Length ball, looking for a single as it goes out into the covers, but Gubbins is in from point. Score remains at 136 for 2.
This is a fairly typical Ben Brown field, this, isn't it, with the 4 men out.
Well, it is to Hampton.
Yeah, it was like this on the first morning.
Well,
but and to Fuller, they had the 4 men out.
Yeah, I think. Well, I mean, again, James Fuller is a wicket-taking bowler, but does leak a few. Hampton, I'm afraid, has leaked runs in just about every spell he's bowled so far. That's outside the off stump, and that's left alone, and Ben Brown diving to his right. So Hampton's first over goes for 9. Again, as we've been witnessing really from the Kiwi, that's pretty much standard fare so far.
Which you attribute to his unfamiliarity with the Duke's ball?
Well, that was, I think that was the feeling in the first couple of games, but here we are with game 3. He's had a bit of practice in between. I mean,
you've bowled with both.
Yeah, I have.
How much difference is there?
Well, the seam, yeah, the seam makes a difference.
It's just the height of the seam, is it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it feels different in the hand, of course, but also, the Kookaburra behaves differently. Really, it doesn't swing loads. not after a few overs. Whereas the Duke's ball, especially in these conditions, you'd expect it to swing predominantly. I mean, Tom Lammerby was getting the ball to swing in the 77th, 78th over. So they do tend to swing a bit more, and if you're not used to that, then I guess, you know, it takes a while, but maybe it's just taking Brett Hampton a little while longer than everybody hoped.
Kyle Abbott, another over outside the off stump to Tom Abel. I should imagine that if he doesn't take a wicket in this over, this might be the last one of his spell. It will be the 16th over of the morning? No. 15th over of the morning. So it will be his 8th over of the morning. That's quite a good spell.
It is. He's
in now to Abel outside the off stump, coming back in towards the off stump, hence the from Ben Brown, but missed the stumps quite comfortably. Tom Abel on 15 from 36, and Sean Dixon going on from 55 overnight to 66. He's found it tough going this morning, survived 2 vociferous LBW appeals, both occasioned by the man who's got ball in hand now, Kyle Abbott, and Abel won't get a run as plays that to Mark Stoneman at mid-off.
Yeah, both these batters have done well, haven't they, really? I mean, they've had an hour's play and only 1 wicket that's fallen. Brad Wheel's spell this morning, 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 9.
Yes, he bowled okay. But his line too much outside off stump didn't perhaps make the batsman play quite enough. Abbott in bowls, making Abel play there again. Gets it solidly out of the middle of the bat. To mid-off, who I said was Mark Stoneman, but it's not Mark Stoneman. It is a sub-fielder, I think.
Oh, was it?
95.
That'll be Eddie Jack, I think.
Right. I'm sure that Mark Stoneman. It's where Mark Stoneman would normally field, isn't it? Here's Abbott into Abel. He's whipped this away through the onside, down to long leg. For a single, Brad Wheel fields it down there. Abel moves on to 16, the score on to 137 for 2.
Well, it's Sonny Baker. Of course it is, number 95. Sonny Baker on.
Ah.
So England won't allow him to play, but they'll allow him to field as a sub-fielder. So if he doesn't get injured doing it.
Hampshire would be in trouble if he did. It's Abbott to Dixon, and again Sonny Baker fields, tumbling over in the process. But another Kyle Abbott over is survived, just the 1 run from it. So 1 for 35 he has in 17 overs. Somerset 137 for 2, 16 to Abel and 66 to Sean Dixon. The deficit now 15.
John's back on the email. He emailed earlier as a lifelong Somerset supporter, sonandcricket@gmail.com. He says, during the mid to late 1990s, when Australia routinely dominated England, I used to attend Somerset matches with my father, and as a lot of people listened to the test match on the radio and passed the score on to him. During one particularly bad summer, we coined a phrase for when Australia were batting. Instead of me telling my father the score, I used to say, a lot for not very many wickets. Here's Hampton, right arm over, runs away from us and bowls to Abel, wide of off stump. And Abel, again, lets that one go through. I.e. a lot of runs for not many wickets. I was reminded of this last summer when Harry Brook and Joe Root were going so well, and I think England were 517 for 1 at one stage. We've been discussing about cricketing phrases and what have you. Dave Allen is listening. Hampshire's former honorary archivist I say that, he might still be. A former commentator up here as well, and many people have actually emailed in over the last couple of games and say how much they miss Dave's informative commentary, but he's taken a step back. That's full outside the off stump, guided to point by Abel, and there's no run. Dave says, in the first innings and our third match this year, we dismissed Somerset without a single ball bowled by an English-born bowler. I think, I know I miss all this. I think the last time was the third game of 2023 at Northampton. The last whole year I've found without any Hampshire bowler from overseas was 1964, as Roy Marshall would often bowl a few overs before John Holder and Barry Richards, etc. And he's also sent me some stuff about Ray Pittman that was mentioned earlier. Again, it's outside off stump, and that's left alone. He was born in Bartley in Hampshire, which is going towards the New Forest. From here, sadly, obviously passed away in Wales back in 1998. Scored 1/2 century for Hampshire, 77 against Derbyshire at Bournemouth in 1958. He took 1 wicket, and in the 1960s played for Scotland. Thank you, Dave. Always a fountain of stats and knowledge. Let's come back in at Abel. It bounced a little bit as well, played it nicely out on the onside and comes through for a single. Moves on to 17. 139 for 2. That deficit now is down to 13.
Another 80 overs minimum remaining in the day. I don't think Hampshire will bowl any more than that, because I don't think there's much in this for the spinners. So Somerset have got to bat for another session and a half, really, to make this game safe.
In comes Hampton again. Yeah, length ball. That's a good delivery. Nicely played by Dixon in behind that one. Yeah, they're still not out of the woods yet, Somerset, but they've had a good first hour and 5, hour and 10. I think when you're in the dressing room at the start of play, you don't really want to be losing more than 1 wicket in the first hour. You know, ideally not want to lose any, but I think in their sort of calculations they would say, yeah, we're happy with the way things are, especially in the overcast conditions that we're experiencing. Well, that's come in and it's swung down the leg side. It's past the gloves of Ben Brown, and that's going for 4 byes. There's an example, I'm afraid, of Brett Hampton, where he has that ball that comes in and it goes a long way, but it started too straight and then of course goes even further away down the leg side and really doesn't give Ben Brown much of a chance. 142 for 2, 10 deficit now.
Yes, and light's reasonable at the moment. The cloud cover looks almost to be thickening away to the south, above the splendid woodland that is to the immediate south of the Utilita Bowl. Trees just coming into leaf. Notice that many beautiful oak trees in this part of Hampshire. I went to Shedfield last evening to the pub there, which is called the Wheat Sheaf.
Okay.
Very nice pub it is too. On my way back to Fareham.
Nice part of the world.
It is very nice, very beautiful trees, lovely countryside. Right, bowling change, as I suggested. That was previous over was Kyle Abbott's final one of that spell. It's James Fuller who removed Tom Abel in the first innings. He's in bowling to Abel outside the off stump. Abel lets that go through. James Fuller, another one of the Hampshire bowlers who was born overseas, born in Cape Town. He's getting on a bit now, James Fuller. He's 35. You wouldn't think he was 35 by his athletic demeanour, but he is. Made his debut for Gloucestershire as long ago as 2011. Middlesex from 2016 to 18, and joined Hampshire in 2019. He's in bowls to Abel outside the off stump, and played an important part in the Royal London One Day Cup final in 2019, which Somerset won. James Fuller made very valuable runs for Hampshire in that game. A game in which James Vince and Liam Dawson were not allowed to play by the ECB because they were on the fringe of the England side. It was a quite extraordinary decision, considering it was a big domestic final. Fuller in a bowls to Abel, who's looking for a single but won't get it, as Gubbins is quickly across to his right. That's Ben Brown, just geeing up his fielders. But they've definitely been on it this morning, have Hampshire. Good tight bowling, good keen fielding, not really giving the batsman very much at all. Fuller in bowls to Abel, outside the off stump, too far outside the off stump. Just literally a couple of loose deliveries. One from Hampton that went for 4-leg byes, and another one short and wide outside the off stump, which Tom Abel dispatched to the cover boundary. But apart from that, it's been good, tight, probing seam bowling from Wheel at one end and Abbott at the other.
Yeah, I don't think they could have done too much more, really.
They bowled really well. Fuller to Abel. Abel covers up, plays up the onside of the pitch. Kyle Abbott picks up at mid-on. A few more people here now, but it's a very modest crowd. A few people sitting in the seats down below us in front of the hotel. I must say, from the sort of concourse that goes around the ground, you do get a wonderful view of play and the whole sort of panorama of the scene. Fuller in bowls. This is punched into the offside by Tom Abel, but Fletcher Middleton is sweeping on the cover boundary, so it's only a single. 143 for 2, Abel on to 18, and we'll keep the strike because that was the last ball of the James Fuller over. Fuller 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 24.
Yeah, and Somerset now behind by 9, having started the morning 49 runs behind. Email here from Ollie Arnold, sonatcricket@gmail.com, and he sent me a nice picture to go with this as well. He says, watching and listening from the airplane on the way to Minneapolis. Come on, Hampshire, says Ollie, as Hampton comes in and bowls just outside the off stump. Again, it's left alone by Abel. Shout out to Verwood Cricket Club. Verwood in the New Forest, of course, if you don't know your geography down here, who are on tour in Brighton next week ahead of the Hampshire League opening games on the first weekend of May. And there's Ollie in the aeroplane.
Very nice too.
And listening as well. It's also costing a few quid, I guess, with the Wi-Fi up in the air there. 143 for 2. Here's Brett Hampton again with 2 slips. Bowls driving through extra cover. Tom Abel, nice looking shot. Didn't try and hit it too hard, but he's timed it beautifully, and it's going for 4 to our left. Liam Dawson, who was off momentarily of the field. That was why Sonny Baker was on. He's back on. But even at deep cover, he couldn't get round in time. So Abel moves on to 22, 147 for 2, and the deficit now is down to 5.
A tweet from Colin Smith going back to the fruit on the sideboard. He says, good stuff. Let's hope Hants leave plenty of fruit on the sideboard and obviously leave out the Jaffas. That's rather good, isn't it?
I love it. There you go. It's nice when there's some thought goes into, well, of course they all have a thought going into them. Here's Hampton, and what's wide out of us. Wide out of us.
I think Tom Abel deserves a bit of credit there for not going after that.
I'm still looking away to the New Forest, away to my right. It still looks fairly gloomy, and I'm sure there's some showers around there somewhere. The treetops in the distance, just about see them through the mist and the grey.
It is almost a bit misty, isn't it?
It is a bit now, isn't it?
Cold as well, yeah. Chilly.
Light's still on as Hampton comes in and bowls forward. Oh, it's on the outside half of the bat from Abel as the ball squeezes out to point.
Yeah, he rehearses the shot with a straight bat. He actually played it as he adjusted to the late movement. Bat was across the line for a time, but gets away with it.
Email here from Steve Jenkin, solentcricket@gmail.com, as Hampton comes in past the umpire and bowls. There's the inducker there, full. Well played by Abel, pushing forward. Again, he goes out to point. Great commentary from you both this morning. Thank you, Steve. 3 comments. Without wishing to curse Hampshire, but clearly we will miss James Vince in the red ball arena, but pleasing to see Tom Press stepping up in the middle order and at first slip. Yeah, got a really good catch this morning to dismiss Lammonby. On the subject of umpire Ben Debenham, apparently he was a left-hand batter that played for Essex second limb. Question for Anthony.
Right.
Yeah, building it up. Here's Hampton, bowls, length ball, and Abel works that on to mid-on. End of the over, 147 for 2. Did I give Carl Abbott's figures out today? By the way, 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 12, he spelled this morning. Question for Anthony. Lewis Goldsworthy, do you think he will need to go out on loan to play first-team cricket like he did last year? He has a lot of potential but seems out of favour and destined to play second-level cricket, says Steve.
Yeah, very good question. He's here, Lewis Goldsworthy. He was practicing his left arm spin in the middle this morning. But I think the fact that Sean Dixon has got these runs means that his chances of getting a place in the championship side as an opener with Archie Vaughan, he's been much talked up for that role potentially. But I think they've diminished as Fuller is in to Dixon, who punches this down to third man, where Wheel will field. It's a single, 148 for 2. And I think for Lewis Goldsworthy's own sake, he'd probably be better off going out on loan. He's a very good young cricketer, orthodox, capable, top-order batsman with useful left-arm spin as well. And he ought to be playing for. He's certainly good enough to be playing first-team cricket, probably in the second division. Fuller in to bowl to Abel outside the off stump, long way outside the off stump. But yeah, he's been unlucky, Lewis Goldsworthy. He was tried as an opener midway through last season after Sean Dixon was dropped as an opener. But it didn't really work out, and the advent of Tom Banton as a serious middle order batsman has really closed off that opportunity at number 5.
Yeah, triple 100 gets you a few games, doesn't it?
It does. It's Fuller, a shuffling run, he's there and bowls, and there's a run here for Abel, turning it out to the sweeper on the leg side boundary. 149 for 2. Somerset now just 3 runs behind. Abel on to 23. Lost the wicket of Tom Lammonby this morning. Caught at first slip by Tom Prest off the bowling of Kyle Abbott for 24. But that's Somerset's only casualty of the morning so far. He says, touching wood and crossing his fingers. Outside the off stump from Fuller to Dixon.
The shape on that, but it's a little wide to start off with.
The Hampshire sort of second string seam attack isn't the strongest, is it, with Fuller and Hampton?
Well, I mean, they are bowlers. Well, we know about Fuller, but we're getting to know Hampton that they, probably don't quite get enough balls in the right areas, but they do bowl wicket-taking balls. But
Fuller in and bowls, and this is driven by Dixon firmly. No run though, as it's picked up by the bowler in his follow-through.
Fuller's often been used as, especially in the days of, it seems silly now to say that, but in the days of Barker and Abbas, he came on with a bit of extra pace and
a bit of a shock weapon, wasn't he?
Yeah, and invariably it worked, and that was his role. And of course, coming in the late middle order was a potent force there as well. So it did work for Hampshire.
It's Fuller to Dixon
Oh,
appeal
it's
for
out.
LBW, and again it's given not out. I think there may have been an inside edge there.
Yeah, no signal.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Oof, my word.
That's the 150 up for Somerset. 150 for 2. He'd have been gone if there hadn't been the inside edge, but I thought I heard the two noises. And umpire Burns did as well, mercifully, for Sean Dixon's sake.
Yeah, well, the half chances and the chances are there. I mean, that's come in to the right-hander. We've seen generally in that over, Fuller with a nice shape away from the bat. So there is still, with this atmosphere, still movement for the bowlers. We're into the 55th over, or we will be shortly. So Hampton, we've seen swinging the ball, but as I said earlier, he just doesn't quite get enough balls in the right area. Here he is, bowling. That's pulled away by Dixon down to fine leg. That will be just the single. No, he's taking 2. He's taking 2 there, down to fine leg.
It's a pretty wild return.
Was a little bit, wasn't it, really? I think that's Fletcher Middleton down there. He had a bit to do, to be fair, and I think Sean Dixon realised that as long as he was quick, which he was, he would get a second. He moves on to 70, 152 for 2, and now the scores, in terms of the game, are level. So whatever Somerset score from now on, they will have a lead. Hampshire, of course, still have to bat second, if indeed they do bat second. Right, here's Hampton again, bowls. Oh, my word, that's come back. But again, it's a bit straight, and it's worked fine this time. Fletcher Middleton working hard, running to his right in front of the Hampshire players.
Again, it's not a very good return.
Maybe the ball's a bit slippery.
To be fair to him, I think he's wearing fielding pads, which can't make life any easier if you're fielding in the deep, running around.
Yeah. Michelle Young has emailed soniccricket@gmail.com. She says the live commentary doesn't seem to be working for me today. Are you aware of the problem? Yes, I am. She's in Chippenham.
Only 2 are well aware of it.
Yeah, not far away from my oldest daughter, actually, in Chippenham. Oh, driving and playing a miss in there. Sean Dixon, a wide, foolish delivery.
It was actually a good ball from Hampton. I think he was tempting Dixon with that one. Yeah, full length delivery, well outside the off stump, and Dixon took the bait.
Certainly did. Yes, just to repeat, we are certainly on the live picture feed via the Hampshire Cricket website and also the Somerset Cricket website. But so far we can't connect to the BBC website and app. That's pushed out on the offside, and there's no run. I've just been given an alternative. Can I let you take it for a minute?
Yep, sure. And apologies if you get any dialing tones. But Somerset 2 runs to the good. Having started this morning at 103 for 154 for 2, so they've added 51. And it's been hard going as Hampton is in to bowl to Dixon, who'll pick up a single as he pushes that into the offside. Mark Stoneman fields from mid-off. Dixon on to 73. On this rather gloomy, chilly April morning. Easter Monday. Somerset are battling to save this game outside the off stump from Hampton. That one took off a little bit, but again 2 wide. It's the end of the over. Hampton 4 overs, none for 19, going at nearly 5 runs and over. A good deal more expensive than the miserly Kyle Abbott, who's been bowling from the pavilion and bowled a spell of 8 overs this morning, 1 for 12. Terrific piece of bowling, as ever, from Kyle Abbott, who now has 72 Somerset wickets to his name. But here's Fuller into Dixon. Won't get a run there as the bowler picks up in his follow through. 2 slips. We've got backward point and mid off saving 1 and a mid on, and 4 men out at deep mid-wicket, deep cover, third man and long leg. Sounds as if the news may be good. Fuller is in to Dixon. Oh, digs this one out. There's an appeal for a catch behind. He didn't actually dig it out. He was looking to dig it out. It was a full-length delivery. No appeal, nothing from the bowler. It was wicketkeeper and Slips who went up. I think there may have been a noise with Sean Dixon's bat just brushing the pitch as he tried to dig that one out. It was a full-length delivery. Apologies for the dialing tone, but it's in a good cause. 155 for 2 as Fuller is in bowls outside the off stump. No shot from no shot from Sean Dixon, and I'll just give it a couple of seconds because let us profoundly hope that our listeners on the BBC Sport website and app and on your smart speaker can now actually hear us from the Utilita Bowl, because sincere apologies for the technical problems that have kept us off the air on the BBC for the morning to date, as Fuller bowls to Dixon, who drops that into the offside. The match situation is that Somerset are 155 for 2, so they are now 3 runs ahead of Hampshire, having lost the wicket this morning of Tom Lammonby, who was well caught at first slip by Tom Prest off the bowling of Kyle Abbott, who bowled a superb spell from the pavilion end this morning. 8 overs, 1 for 12. But Sean Dixon is still there for Somerset on 73 with Tom Abel as company. He is on 23. It is gloomy. The light is not great, but we do have cricket, as this is down the leg side. And we're delighted that you're able to join us to enjoy it, the cricket.
Shall I tell you the reason? You'll love this. The reason why we didn't connect to the BBC Sport website and app. Somebody else had nicked our number and dialed in.
Well, that does happen.
Yeah. Now we were booked for that number, but somebody has dialed in and nicked it.
It's happened before. Still, the important thing is that we're now on the BBC Sport website and app.
Yes.
As Fuller bowls to Dixon, who goes for a big drive and makes no contact without moving his feet. It just swings the bat at that ball, leaving him outside the off stump. Gets away with it. And that's a maiden from James Fuller. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 27.
So there you go. Being the journalist that I am, I will make some inquiries, believe me.
What, sabotage, you think?
I don't know. Anyway. We're on everywhere now, so we will also, not only on the Hampshire Cricket website and the Somerset Cricket website with the live picture feed, which we've been on all morning, and also now the BBC Sport website and that, but now via your smart speaker. Just say, ask BBC Sounds to play Hampshire versus Somerset, day 4. That's a length ball outside the off stump from Hampton, and Abel keeps the bat inside the line. Well, that was fun. That was all fun and games for a while. I think it's got a little gloomier out there, and the ground staff are making their way. Either they're going to an early lunch, which they like. They are walking at the far end of the ground to the from the pavilion. I think they're going towards the covers. That's turned away on the leg side by Abel. Quick single to square leg, and Sonny Baker is back on. Runs quickly from mid-on to pick up. 156 for 2. Somerset lead by 4. No, they've gone past the pavilion, so their lunch will have to wait, because they are called upon.
They're heading for the hover cover, aren't they?
Yeah. Now I'm looking over to the right-hand side, the west, and
it looks misty, doesn't it?
The treetops that I could see in the distance have disappeared. Yeah, so the weather is closing in. Hence why the ground staff are making their way to the west side of the ground, to the right, to the big hover cover. Here's Hampton again. Bowls. In behind that one is Dixon. Plays that up to mid-off.
Important that Somerset don't lose a wicket in the next 5 minutes or so. The last thing they want is to lose a wicket now, with the likelihood, I would say, of play being suspended within the next 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah. Terry Lowe has emailed sunandcricket@gmail.com. You'll remember a couple of days ago he emailed he was working on his boat. There's a full delivery.
In Malaysia.
That's well remembered. Yeah. That's played up to mid-off
We
again.
don't get that many correspondents from Malaysia.
No, we don't. Hello again. It's Terry from Rome 2. That was the name of the boat. Trying to watch the stream with a poor connection today. In brackets, luxury problem, I guess. Do you think the current points allocation is encouraging excessive caution? A high-scoring draw yields as nearly as many points as a win.
Yes, is the answer to
Agreed.
that. That's a very good point.
Yeah, and I think that happened the other week, actually. From a Hampshire point of view, short bouncer, and Dixon didn't have to duck too low to get underneath that one. I think when Hampshire beat Yorkshire here in the first week of the season, yeah, they weren't that far ahead of other sides that had drawn. A score of 451, says Terry, in a draw yields 16 points, whereas a low-scoring win only 19. That's exactly what happened. Do we want snail-like batting to get to 450, or exciting cricket resulting in a win? What does the team think? Well, you've already heard Anthony. Yep. Look at the Surrey match, for example, he says, down at Hove. That's right. High-scoring game. Draw, that will be. Again, it's a length ball from Hampton. End of the over. He's bowled 5 overs, none for 20. Somerset 156 for 2, lead by 4.
Well, look at the top of the Division 2 Championship table as it stands. Leicestershire are top, having won one of their 2 games, 39 points. Kent, having won both of their games, are second. Now, it's all part of the ECB's grand plan to make county cricket as boring as possible. In order to prepare cricketers for Test cricket. And it is ridiculous that the difference between a win and a draw is only 8 points. It should be 12, in my opinion. Yeah.
And also, they did increase the draw, didn't they, a couple of years ago?
They did, absolutely.
By a couple of points or something,
And Sean Dixon actually made the point when I was talking to him last night. You know, I was talking about Somerset batting through for the draw, and he was a bit reluctant to say, "Oh, we're batting through for the draw," but eventually he conceded it. And then he said, "And of course, you know, a draw with 3 bowling points isn't a bad outcome, and it's not a bad outcome." But there ought to be a premium on winning games of cricket in order to encourage attractive attacking cricket, instead of which all too often teams are settling for a draw, especially if they've picked up batting points as well as bowling points. I mean, in Somerset's first game against Worcestershire, which they failed to win, they took 16 points, which is not a bad haul. 156 for 2. And it's not drizzling yet, but it's looking mistier away to the southwest, which is where I think the weather is drifting in from. Liam Dawson is going to bowl to Tom Abel. First time we've seen spin this morning from the pavilion end. Dawson, who bowled 8 overs yesterday afternoon for 18 runs, without appearing to get too much out of the pitch, other than from outside Tom Lammonby's off stump. Tom Abel comes studiously forward, and Ben Brown, the Hampshire captain, deciding that having to bowl spin was playing into Somerset's hands because easy runs to be had. So he said to the umpires, "I'm going to put my fast bowlers back on," and the umpire said, "Well, in that case, oh, this is in the air and just past the outside outstretched hand of Liam Dawson, and I don't think that was a bump ball." Just watch the replay. Ooh, just past Dawson. It's the 50 partnership. It was nearly a case of 49 and out. Abel moves on to 25, 157 for 2, as the The mist descends as Dawson's playing this out through Dixon is playing this out through the offside.
Dawson to Dixon.
158 for 2. We're still only in the first session. Goodness knows what I'll be saying come 4 o'clock this afternoon. Abel digs this one out. Could be quite a long day, this one. But
it's getting very misty out there, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? I wonder if the umpires have said anything about bowling spin, because it's murky, isn't it? Dawson to Abel, who stretches forward again. Kills whatever spin there might be. I think the umpires are going to have a chat. So 158 for 2. Somerset are 6 runs ahead with 8 wickets in hand. Abel has 25. Dixon has 74. What do you reckon then, Mike? He's saying, oh, I don't know, David. I think maybe we stay on if they just bowl spin, or perhaps we go off and have an early lunch.
Off.
Yep, that was the decision. The early lunch it is. It's 12:36, and it's very sensible because it means we won't actually lose any time if they take an early lunch now. So there we are, Somerset 158 for 2, 6 runs ahead. They've lost just the 1 wicket here this morning, as the noise you can hear is that of the hover cover coming out to the middle. Tom Lamonby caught at first slip by Tom Prest off Kyle Abbott, but Sean Dixon is still there on 74 with Tom Abel on 25, and we will be back with you as soon as play resumes, hopefully in around about 40 minutes time.
Utilita Bowl on this day 4 of this county championship, Division 1 match between Hampshire and Somerset. We've had a delayed start to the afternoon session due to a smidgen of rain and some bad light. The bad light is still with us, but the umpires have deemed it fit enough to get the afternoon session finally underway. So the situation in the game is that Somerset in their second innings are 158 for 2 and they lead Hampshire overall by just 6 runs. Still hanging around is myself, Kevin James, and next to me... Oh, hello. That was Anthony Gibson, and there is the hover cover, and the umpires have decided that
it's the light.
It's got worse. I think actually at some point in the next however long, Anthony, we might get some play, because it looks like it could improve when those clouds that are dark overhead will move across, because it looks behind them a bit better light.
Yeah, it's very gloomy at the moment. The first thing the umpires did when they went out to the middle was to take a light reading, and having done so, they decided to pull the stumps out of the ground, which means that the hover cover can come on, which means that we will lose at least one more over, possibly only one over. Just depends how long it takes for these clouds to roll over. But as Kevin James was saying, it does look a little bit brighter away to the southwest, which is where the weather is coming from.
So we'll hang around a bit longer and wait for some play a little later on day 4. Well, once more, welcome back to the Utilita Bowl, where we're trying to restart the game on day 4 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Somerset. There's been a lengthy pause due to 1 or 2 rain showers and some bad light, and I wouldn't rule out some bad light arriving once more in a few minutes' time. At the moment, we've got some sunshine, but I think that will very quickly disappear. But the 2 umpires, Mike Burns and David Mills, are leading the Hampshire players out. Just a reminder, the situation which was at lunch, where Somerset in their second innings, 158 for 2, they lead by 6. I'm Kevin James. Next to me from BBC Bristol and BBC Somerset is Anthony Gibson, and we're hoping for some sort of play. Anthony?
We are, and speaking personally, I'm hoping that Somerset don't lose a bunch of wickets, because A, it would mean the possibility of a Somerset defeat, and B, it would keep us here longer than would otherwise be the case. But I think it ought to be a draw from here.
Yeah.
And there's a dirty great big cloud just coming over the ground. Whether that will prompt the umpires to take them off again remains to be seen. But for the moment, we're going to get some more play.
That's right, yeah. So I think Somerset have done enough today, and with a bit of help of the weather, to come out with this draw, and they fought quite hard. No harder than this man who's about to face his first delivery, Sean Dixon, 74 not out, opening the batting. He's going to face Brad Wheel, who's running away from us. 3 slips weight. Wheel bowls. He's playing a missing straight away there. Well, that wouldn't have helped the Somerset cause if he nicked that one.
Oh, calm down, Sean. Calm down.
Yeah. That was a shot of a man who thinks the job's been done. There are, I think you might have mentioned it, apologies Anthony, because I just had to answer a phone call, but 40 overs minimum left in the day. Whether we get those in, I don't know. When you look over the Shane Warne stand, which is about 2 o'clock as we look, which is where the majority of the weather comes from, it doesn't look great.
No, it's looking a bit dark in that direction.
It is. Right, here's Wheel again then to Dixon, and Dixon gets a length ball, plays that nicely up to mid-on. No run, so Abel as well with him on 25, have done a really good job. Just that 1 wicket this morning. Tom Lammonby, after 15 minutes of play, which you thought, oh, maybe we might force a result here, but since then these 2 have played very, very well indeed, against a ball that has moved around a little bit in overcast conditions. Yeah. Kyle Abbott's worked hard and maybe not had that much luck. There's been 2 very big LBW shouts this morning, which went Somerset's way, which is fair enough, as that's played away on the onside and there's no run, but I think literally a millimetre either way. They could have been easily a couple of wickets added onto the wickets column. Then it might have got a bit more interesting, but still 8 wickets for Hampshire to take.
Just counted the number of spectators. 36 is the answer. 36 spectators.
That wouldn't have
that we can see.
Yeah, wouldn't have taken you very long, that's for sure. Even 1 or 2 of the diehards that went about lunchtime, I thought, they know something. Here's Wheel. Comes in again, and Dixon works up again to mid-on, where Abbott will field. So yes, this is very much just playing out here. We've got about an hour and 10 if the captains shake hands, if the weather holds.
Yes, because they've taken tea, so there won't be a break for tea. If Somerset were to get bowled out, there would be then 2 overs between innings. So effectively, Hampshire will now have 37. Well,
yeah. Dixon works that a little harder to mid-wicket. They're going to take a single. Liam Dawson running in and sliding an underarm throw at the bowler's end, misses the stumps.
Yes, this over has gone, so that will leave 39 less 2, so 37 Hampshire have got in which to force a win.
Jet takes off just to our right from Eastleigh Airport. They're slightly bigger jets now because the runway got extended by a little bit recently. So the jets that take off are just that little bit bigger. And a few more destinations added in as well. Dixon again gets a length ball in behind that easily enough, and that's the end of the overs. That was Tom Abel, apologies. 159 for 2, the lead for Somerset now is 7.
Yep, and no sign of the ground staff lining up by the hover cover, so it may be that that cloud will pass without depositing its contents, but the rainfall radar suggested that there is some shower cloud around. At Kyle Abbott, last throw of the dice, you feel, with for Hampshire, with Kyle Abbott, who bowled superbly this morning. 8 overs, 1 for 12, I think his figures this morning.
None for 12. Oh, 1 for 12.
Yeah,
What am I saying?
you got
you
one.
Yeah, there's me saying none. Yeah. Gosh, even I wrote down naught right below Lamby Court Press Bowl Abbott.
He's going to be bowling to Sean Dixon, who has a chance to register his first century for Somerset. Abbott is in and bowls, and Dixon drives without timing. It's picked up at mid-off by Mark Stoneman. So that ball means that it's 36 overs max now for Hampshire. Somerset will be just hoping that these two can keep Abbott and Wheel at bay. As Abbott is in to Dixon, who turns this down to fine leg. It'll be a single as in fact, there are 2 runs, and if that throw had hit, it would have been close. And Bradwell was certainly taking aim. But Dixon home safely enough. 2 runs are taken, 161 for 2. Dixon on to 77.
I think that's a telltale sign that he's keen to get 100 here before either the game or the Somerset innings finishes or the rain comes.
Here's Abbott in bowls outside the off stump, about a foot outside the off stump. Some excitement amongst the 2 slips, Tom Prest and Toby Albert. Good to see Toby Albert out there fielding after his back spasm, which meant that he didn't bat until I think he came in number 9 in the end, didn't he, in the Hampshire innings?
Yeah.
Which was probably a factor in the I would say that ultimately it was a slightly disappointing outcome for Hampshire, as that's defended into the offside, because they were, of course, 194 for 3 in overnight on Saturday, and then lost all 7 remaining wickets on Sunday morning
For 142.
for 142. So they scored pretty quickly on Sunday morning, but hadn't scored very quickly on Saturday afternoon. Abbott, he's in and bowls, and Dixon pushes this firmly into the offside. There won't be a run as James Fuller picks up from backward point. I think both sides will, given the weather, both sides I think will be reasonably content with. Hampshire will take 13 points, Somerset 11.
Yeah, it's been an awful. I could try and calculate how much time's been lost, but it's been an awful lot.
It's been quite a lot, yeah. As Abbott is in and bowls. That's defended successfully by Sean Dixon, who finishes the over on 77. Somerset 161 for 2. Yeah, we lost 2 sessions on Friday, and we lost a whole session yesterday, and we've lost, must be more than a session today. So it's become less than a 3-day game of cricket effectively. So it's not entirely surprising that it looks as if it will probably end in a draw.
Yeah. So the sun's disappeared, such as it was. The cloud that is coming over the hill, over the Shamebourne stand, is getting a little closer. Here's Brad Wheel, bowls, and Abel's in behind that, pushes that up to Abbott and mid on. Graham Ward has emailed sunatcricket@gmail.com. He says, just to update the crowd size, Anthony, there are 38.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm sorry I got it wrong.
He said 2 of us are lurking at the hotel end, probably too far from cover to stay dry when the rain comes back in a minute.
Can't see down below us.
Okay, so there you are. Here's Wheel. And again to Tom Abel, and down the leg side. Easy take though for Ben Brown. And Stephen Clark has also emailed sunandcricket@gmail.com. Time for me to upset the visiting commentator, says Steve. Oh dear. I counted 36 spectators and I was about to let you know, and Anthony Gibson stole my thunder.
Well, I'm glad we agree anyway.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. What a game that is. Count the spectators before anyone else beats you to it. Here's Wheel. Past the umpire once more, outside the off stump, left alone by Abel.
Yeah, it's been the problem with Brad Wheel today. It's just not made the batsman play quite as much as he might have done. I mean, too much down the offside that batsmen haven't had to play, and just the odd one down the leg side as well.
It's gradually getting a little darker as that cloud makes its way slowly towards us. Quite bright to our left, towards the Portsmouth way. Edged and dropped at first slip. Oh dear, that was a drive from Abel. It was an edge. And I think that's Tom Prest. At first slip, who took a really good catch this morning to get rid of Lanenby. Just watching the replay there. And it's about knee height to his right.
Should have caught it really, shouldn't he?
It's in both hands, isn't it? And it's gone again.
Going to his good side.
Well, I'm not sure it'll affect the result of the game, but I know that, as I've mentioned quite often, that A.D. Birrell, the Hampshire head coach, places a lot of emphasis on the Hampshire slip catching, and he'll be pacing up and down the dressing room there. That's outside the off stump, left alone, cursing that one has gone down. I think on the whole this year, Hampshire slip catching has been pretty good. Slip, or that position, is usually James Vince, who's taken some pretty good catches over the years. I wouldn't say he's caught absolutely everything, but he's normally been fairly reliable. And to be fair, this year Tom Prest has been pretty reliable, but that's one that should be taken.
Yes, it wasn't difficult as first slip catches go.
Here's Brad Wheel again, and bowls. Abel gets one that just nips back a fraction, but manages to work it down to fine leg. He moves on to 26, 162 for 2 at the end of that over, and Somerset lead by 10. As I say, I don't think that's really going to affect the outcome of the game, but of course, when you drop catches like that and they do affect the outcome of the game, then of course that is a problem. Just watching the replay again on that one, and oh yeah, both hands on it.
He seemed to move a bit late.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if he got it high on the hands. You know, that sort of hard bit between the hand and the wrist seemed to hit him there and bounce out. Never easy.
Well,
in the
Tom
slips.
Abel will be relieved anyway.
Yes, he will. Ever fielded in the slips, Anthony?
I have, but only under protest.
I mean, it's not easy, is it?
No, it's not.
You need to be a specialist to be there regularly and to take a high percentage of catches. It is a skilled job.
Abbott to bowl another over. He's in and bowls to Abel outside the off stump. No shot from Abel. That means that another over is ticked by, so Hampshire now have 34 overs in which to bowl Somerset out and then knock off whatever the target may be. At the moment it would be 11. Somerset lead by 10. But as the overs go by, the equation will become that little bit more difficult. But for the moment, Hampshire just need to take wickets. Abbott in bowls, and this is turned up to mid-on by Tom Abel. Tom Abel in a short-sleeved Somerset cricket sweater. Sean Dixon just in a shirt, but he's probably got at least a layer, if not 2 layers on underneath. He and Tom Lanenby both prefer batting in cricket shirts rather than jumpers. This is a single taken by Abel, well judged. Just played that to the right of Brett Hampton and set off immediately. Very quick between the wickets is Tom Abel. Moves on to 27, 163 for 2.
It's getting darker. Umpires are taking a look. with the light meter.
Yeah.
This is not a surprise. I think it will get darker.
David Milnes is calling Mike Burns up, and they are, I think, going off.
Yep.
Oh well. 163 for 2. I really think that if common sense were to prevail, this game would be put out of its misery.
And I don't see the light improving for a little while. I mean, there's a little bit of bright lights just over the Colin Ingham and Mackenzie stand, but that's right. From. That's going to disappear. So that will take that spot of brightness away, and what's coming behind is basically what we've got at the moment. So I don't. Yeah, you're right. I don't see this improving for a little while. So
umpires are staying out there, but the ground staff are milling about, heading in the general direction of the covers. I think they're not sure whether it's going to rain or not, but it does look to me as if there is rain away to the southwest.
Yeah.
So there we are. How many overs did we actually? 3.5, something like that.
Yeah, not much. I didn't even write it down because I just knew we weren't going to play for very long.
It was about 3.5, so we will now lose more overs. So prospect of Hampshire forcing a win becoming ever more remote. We will be back with you just as soon as we have any sign of resumption of play.